All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Mr. Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number case CBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi. Thank you, Your Honors.
I note that all the accused are present in court today. Before we continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W03873, there are some preliminary matters the panel would like to address. On 25 November 2024, 123452 to 123453 and its corresponding translation was admitted as P01861. Following admission, the panel noted that the English translation did not contain the date of the report, which was reflected in the Albanian version, and therefore asked the SBO to provide a revised version. In Disclosure Package 1512, the SBO disclosed a revised version of 123452 to 123452 ET. The panel therefore instructs CMU to add 123452 to 123452 ET, disclosed in Disclosure Package 1512 to P01861. This concludes the panel's order. It's been brought to the panel's attention that the Veseli defense would like to raise a legal issue before the panel. Counsel for Mr. Veseli, you may make your submissions. Please do so in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honours. We did ask to do it at the end of all of the cross-examination before the questions from the bench because it concerns those questions. So
we'll do it now.
All right. And it is on behalf of all of the teams. I understand that the other defence teams want to add as well. But Mr. Patch, I think, wants to object to me making an objection.
Indeed, Your Honours, I do. And yesterday, when the defence notified us in the afternoon about their intention, we asked them, pursuant to paragraph 7 of the order on the conduct of proceedings, to tell us the basis and the nature of their objection or of the issues they wish to raise, since initially they only phrased them as legal issues. This morning at 8:21, we just were informed by the defence, and they said they wish to raise legal issues concerning the proposed documents for use by the panel, specifically the appropriateness, lawfulness, and fairness of use of these documents, and the prejudice that arises from indicating that the panel intend to use a number of 102 documents that had not been disclosed prior to the notification. Once again, in accordance with the order on the conduct proceedings, even though we were only informed of this moments ago, we responded. This probably hasn't reached you yet. It was a few minutes ago that we object to them raising these issues in advance of the judge's questions, including because, based on the information provided, such submissions are going to be duplicative of F2718, which is still before Your Honours and which we responded to in writing earlier this week in F2747 on the 25th of November, in fact. So in light of the defence's notification of the scope of their submissions and the written submissions that already address this issue, we see no point in delaying the proceedings, especially at a moment like this when we have 2 witnesses ready to go after this one, and when this issue has been litigated not only in filings currently before the panel, but also in previous filings, also subject to a decision by the appeals panel on the matter. So those are our initial submissions as to why there is no reason to hear the submissions, at least as outlined in the email that we were provided, noting the scope thereof. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm not arguing with you at all, but we're going to go ahead and hear this, but we're limiting it to 5 minutes for exactly the reasons that you've raised.
Yes. Your Honours, it concerns the notification about the documents to be used. These are documents under Rule 102 and 103 that were disclosed. And we are objecting to those. And contrary to what Mr. Patch says, we are entitled as the defence to object to evidence coming in. That's the point of having defence counsel. So I do appreciate, Your Honours, the opportunity to address you very briefly on this matter. And there are two parts to it. One, we were given hundreds of pages yesterday for the first time. We simply haven't had the time to go through all of them.
Well, Mr. Dixon, I'll stop you there maybe for a second. You haven't been given these pages yesterday, have you?
No, we've had them for some time, but this is the first time we've been told
yes.
that we're using them in relation to this witness.
Well, my question to you, if I may, is my understanding is every single one of the document of which you've been given notice of, you, the Vesely team, had it in your possession for years, am I right?
We've had it for some time. The other teams haven't. But Your Honours will know that the way it works in an adversarial trial is the prosecution, if they're going to use a document, tells us, we get a prep note, we get time then to look at it, to object to relevance. If it comes just before the questions are due to come from the judges, after we've done cross-examination, that's not proper notice. That's unfair, it's prejudicial. That goes to the heart of the matters that are raised in our motion. And I'm not going to go over those again, that will be ruled on in due course. But we're saying we do need more time, considering that this has been identified for the first time. So that's my first point. The second is, Your Honours, in relation to the admissibility of the documents, which may well arise, and I may need to address you further on this later. But there are a number of documents here that are simply inadmissible, and I'll just deal with three of those briefly. First of all, in relation to the statement of Ferret Shala, he hasn't been called as a witness in this case.
Well, Mr. Dixon, the statement of Mr. Shala is not an issue. You raised it last week, is it?
No, we are objecting it to it being admitted, because it can only come if the witness comes, or you go through one of the lex specialis rules, Your Honour, as you've said
But
before.
no one has offered it, Mr. Dixon.
Well, it may well be offered through Your Honour's questions, and that's why we're marking the objection now. That's the first point. The second one is in relation to the Drini trial proceedings. There, once again, Your Honours have ruled on this on the 24th of July 2023, saying that, yes, events that take place outside the indictment, you can lead evidence on that, but you need to show how it's relevant to something inside the indictment. We've had no notice of that in relation to the use of these particular documents. Once again, if the prosecution did it rightly, they'd give us notice and then we'd have a chance to respond. So we're in a situation here where we don't know what's coming. We asked for particular pages to be identified overnight. That hasn't happened either. If we'd done that with Mr. Patch, he would have responded. This is the problem we're in, where essentially what's coming is a case from Your Honours, from the bench, where we're not getting proper notice. And then thirdly, the last point on admissibility in relation to documents, there's a K4 document purportedly coming from K4, which is the document 3. Once again, it makes allegations about this witness in 2000, outside of the indictment, being involved in a kidnapping. Once again, no basis for knowing what that allegation is about, where it comes from. And it's prejudicial because we can't cross-examine if we don't know what the allegation is. And a witness is not going to be called about that, let alone the fact that it's outside the indictment. So those are our points on admissibility. But our main one is the first one I made, which is that we do need more time to consider these documents, because this has come out of the blue.
Can I ask you this, Mr. Dixon, in relation to document 1023, do I understand the procedure correctly that you receive notice under that rule from the prosecution of documents that you might elect to obtain if you consider them relevant,
yes,
right? And am I right to understand that you asked for each and every one of those from the prosecution on the assumption that they were relevant? Can I therefore assume that you had reviewed them at the time?
Yes, we asked for exculpative material because obviously from the defense...
No, I'm not asking about 103, I'm asking about 102.3. Those are documents that you specifically asked the prosecution to provide for you on the assumption that they were relevant and that were disclosed on that basis to you.
Yes, we asked for a whole range of documents to prepare the defense. And they were all taken into account, including with this witness. But when the prosecution doesn't notify us that they're going to use that material, they've said it's unused material, then we focus on the material that is coming. This is the first time we now know that this material is going to be used with this witness to seek to bolster the evidence in some way. So the notice is coming now as to its use. And it's a big difference to have material that you know could be relevant and then have material that you know is going to be relied on when a witness comes by the prosecution. That's our submission for consideration, Your Honours.
Thank you. A decision
Sorry.
will be made
Your Honours,
in due course. Yes.
we have a separate, as indicated by Mr. Vasselli, Mr. Vasselli's counsel, the Salimi defence and the Thaçi defence have a slightly different issue, which is that 3 documents for us and 1 for Salimi we did not have at all in our possession. We had not requested them pursuant to Rule 1023, so we didn't have them till yesterday. Now, as I understand that rule, the SPO has to provide notice to the defence of any material in its possession, and the defence can request that which is material to its preparation. So the defence makes an assessment of what it needs to see in order to defend its client. The SPO did not include those items in its exhibit list, and these items have never been in any party's PQ, presentation queue, which underscores that the Thaçi defence did not think that these 3 items were relevant to it. Therefore, the first time that we got a copy of those was yesterday. It's 100 pages of material midway through a witness is evidence, which is insufficient time to seek instructions from the client whilst in court. If we'd have known exactly which pages would have been relevant, we could have asked and taken, more directed instructions, but we didn't. And again, if the SPO, reiterating Mr. Dixon's point, had come to court and asked midway through a witness's evidence to add 3 documents to their queue that the defence had never received, I would assume that Your Honours would deny that for being prejudicial due to a lack of notice. I'm not quite sure why the same doesn't apply when the documents come from the defence, from the bench. So that's our objection. Just because they're disclosed to us under Rule 1023 doesn't mean we have a copy of them, because we're only required to request those which we think are material. And we have to make an assessment, because otherwise it becomes unwieldy and impossible for the defence to do its job properly. Thank you.
Your Honour, if I may briefly respond now that we've heard the substance. Thank you. First of all, I will start by saying that the submissions by counsel for Mr. Vasselli are premature. It's premature to ask for more time. We haven't heard what, if any, of those documents will be used by the panel. If there were to be such a request for more time, that should follow afterwards. We are not, as counsel incorrectly said, making objections to evidence coming in. There is no tender of evidence by the judges at this stage. And so this is not what we're dealing with. In terms of the submission of receiving hundreds of pages for the first time, this has already been covered. They are not being received hundreds of pages for the first time, at least not by the Vasselli team, who had all the items. In that regard, I also note that almost every one of the documents notified by the panel mention the witness currently understands specifically by name. 217 of those pages are in the statement which was mentioned of Mr. Ferracciala. Part 7 of that very statement was put to a witness by the Krasniqi defense during cross-examination on the 18th of July, and as previously mentioned by Judge Mitro, that statement, parts 1 and 2 thereof in particular, were even referred to during judicial questioning just last week. Next, I'd like to clarify that the SPO is under no obligation to include all the documents it intends to use with a witness in its witness preparation note. The place for that is the presentation queue. Certainly, most, usually, I would say all, of the documents are addressed in witness preparation, but there is no obligation on us to actually use those in the preparation session with the witness. We can put them on our queue as long as they have been duly notified and as long as we follow the procedures, and then use them for the first time in court with a witness. So that is just to clear the record. Again, premature submissions on admissibility. And in terms of the statement of Ferracciala, everybody here knows, the panel most of all would know, admissibility of a prior statement can only go in under certain provisions of the rules, so that is clearly not at issue here. Another thing to clarify from counsel for Mr. Vasselli's submissions, is that the SPO is not under any obligation to provide page numbers of documents on its presentation queue. To my recollection, in the past few weeks, there was one instance where a witness did not answer questions during witness preparation. The defense noted there were 2 or 3 items which were quite lengthy on our presentation queue, and because they had no indication of the pages, we told them which we may use with the witness. That was in the specific circumstances and, frankly, out of the goodness of our own heart, because we're not obliged to do so, nor should we be. Similarly, in terms of the request of the panel to indicate the pages, there's no basis for that either. I think, hopefully by now, the 1023 procedure, having been at trial for so long, is clear to everyone. Notification is there. The parties may do as they wish. The parties are fully aware, in accordance with the disclosure framework, which I believe has been in place since the pre-trial phase, that the judges get all the material on the list. And so, obviously, the party's choice not to request specific items is their own, and the consequences follow from that as well. As to yesterday's request for disclosure, we immediately approached the defense to sort out the issue. We noted that the Thaçi defense were missing 3 items. They were disclosed, I believe, within an hour, and 1 item to the Salimi defense. Again, any argument that there should be a delay or time now before the judges ask any questions is premature. Certainly, once the judges ask their questions, if the defense can come and make a reasoned, grounded argument as to why they need a reasonable amount of time to review a certain document, in particular parts which were put to the witness or relevant to context, we can deal with it then. Thank you.
And if I may just say one line.
Just a second.
Okay.
Victims' counsel, do you wish to have any comment on this?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Dixon,
Yes,
quickly.
one line. I do appreciate Mr. Patch saying that, subject obviously to Your Honour's order, that we may have some time after the questions and we can address it then. But then just one other sentence, which is in relation to Mr. Charlo. We did object last week to the use of his testimony, and it shouldn't be a substitute to read the testimony onto the record instead of looking at admitting the statement, because if the testimony goes on the record that way, we still don't have the right to cross-examine him. That's our main objection. We have a right to cross-examine evidence that's used against us.
Thank you.
Your Honours.
We will make a decision and file it timely. Yes, Mr. Ellis.
Your Honor, if I may, very briefly, just to clarify our position on 1023 material. It's worth recalling that the original list was some 68,000 documents. We've requested documents from those. We've used them as basis for defence investigations. But it's another thing entirely to be prepared for the use of any one of the documents from that, by now much more than 68,000 list, with a specific witness. And that's where the issue with notice arises.
Mr. Tully?
No, I support the submissions of our colleagues, and Ms. Tabacoli addressed our specific concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I said, we will make it. So we will continue with the evidence of prosecution witness W03873. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. Yes, Mr. Ellis.
Your Honour, I've reviewed the position overnight, and I will not have any questions for the witness this morning. No.
I have brief redirect, Your Honor.
All right. I note for the record that duty counsel for W03873 is present in the courtroom. Good morning, witness. Good morning, duty counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Witness, today we are going to continue your testimony. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will attempt to clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth, as stated by you in your solemn declaration. I also remind you that the assurances provided to you by the panel are still applicable and that refusal to give testimony may be sanctioned with the imposition of a fine. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take a break, please let us know and we will accommodate you. The cross-examination by the defense teams is completed. The SPO has asked for leave to ask some redirect questions. Mr. Potts, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning, witness.
Good morning.
I will first read some questions and answers from your cross-examination yesterday. And for those who would like to follow, this is from yesterday's real-time transcript, where I will read from page 94, line 15, to page 95, line 10. Witness, it won't be on your screen, so please listen to the interpretation in Albanian. Question. And it's right, isn't it, that Mr. Ferhat Shala and Mr. Elmire Chika were your counterparts? They were head of G2 in Drenica and Nerodim, respectively, reporting to their zone commanders. Answer. I believe they had these positions in their zones. I did not know Ferhat Shala or Elmire Chika during the war. I knew them after the war. Question. You had no dealings with them during the war, any interactions, conversations. That's right, isn't it? Answer. I stated that I did not know them. It could be that I met them, but I did not know who's who. Question. And as far as you know, they were not working as deputies for Mr. Veseli. That's right, isn't it? Answer. To my knowledge, yes. I do not know what their work. I did not know them. Question. So just to be clear, your answer is that you did know what work they were doing. Other than that, they were the G2s of the two zones I've mentioned, Drenica and Nerodim, respectively. Is that right? That's right. Answer. That's right. But again, I did not know them personally, and I might be mistaken here. I believe they were in their zones, one from Nerodim and the other one from Drenica. Next, I'm going to take you to an excerpt from your SPO interview, which has now been admitted into evidence, and then I'll ask you some questions. I'd like to call up P01854.5 ET alongside the Albanian P01854.5 AT. In the English, I'm going to read from page 9, lines 3 to 8, which correspond in Albanian to page 7, line 22, to page 8, line 2. Yes, in the Albanian, we need to scroll down because from page 7, I'm going to start at line 22, and then it continues on to page 8, line 2. Yes, that's good. Thank you. So, witness, just again, for clarity, What's on your screen right now, on the left in Albanian, on the right is on English, is from your SPO 2019 interview, which is now admitted into evidence. Question. So, who was his deputy then, to your knowledge, to your understanding? Your answer? Ferhat Şala and Ilmi Rachika. I don't know if they were his deputies or part of his members of his staff, but I know that I met them at the general headquarters. And witness, to be clear, when you were asked who was his deputy, it's Kadri Veseli that's being referred to. So witness, as we can see here in your SPO interview, your understanding was that Ferhat Şala and Ilmi Rachika were Mr. Veseli's deputies or members of his staff. As we saw before, during cross-examination, you stated you believe they were head of G2 in Drenica and Erdim, and then you stated you did not know what their work was. So my question to you is it the case that while you did not know precisely what their work was, your understanding was that they were working with Mr. Veseli as deputies or members of his staff?
Your Honours, that's a misstatement of what's there in front of Your Honours. He never said that they were his deputies or part of his staff. He says, I don't know. So I think it needs to be put what's there as it's been read out and ask the witness without leading him what he means by that.
Your Honor, what is leading is counsel submissions. I read precisely from the SPO interview, and then I put precisely what was said during cross-examination. This is again an objection that should not have been made in the presence of the witness, and I request that you overrule that. Thank you. Witness, I will repeat the question. We saw here in your SPO interview your understanding being that Ferhat Şala and Ilmi Rachika were Mr. Veseli's deputies or members of his staff.
That's the mischaracterization.
I'm sorry,
right
Your
there.
Honor. Counsel has been overruled.
It's been ruled on already, and that was a speaking objection, and that's part of why I overruled it.
Interpreters note the speakers are overlapping. It is impossible to interpret. Thank you.
Objection was overruled, and it was also a speaking objection, and I will continue to overrule your objections if they are speaking objections. We have a procedure available to deal with a speech that you want to make, but it should not be in front of the witness.
Your Honour, all I was saying is mischaracterized what's read there.
Said that and it's been ruled on. Go on. Please don't interrupt again.
Witness, once again, in your SPO interview, your understanding was that Ferhat Şala and Ilmi Rachika were Mr. Veseli's deputies or members of his staff. During cross-examination, you stated that you believed they were head of G2 in Drenica and Neradim, and then you stated that you did not know what their work was. My question is it the case that while you did not know precisely what their work was, your understanding was that they were working with Mr. Veseli as his deputies or members of his staff?
I think I gave this statement in 2019 to the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, 20 years after the war. My knowledge of Ilmi Rachika and Ferhat Şala, I do know them now. However, I do not remember specifically when I met them, when I saw those two persons. I can say that I think that because after the war they worked as collaborators of Kadri Veseli. This is what I heard, and perhaps it is in this context that in 2019 I said that I think that they collaborated or were part of the staff of Kadri Veseli. However, as I have stated before and as I'm stating it now, during the war I did not meet with them with respect to the sector. I did not cooperate with them. I did not report to them, nor did they give me any orders in my sector.
Witness, is your evidence now that, sorry,
Just a second. Yes.
Your Honors, I'm very cautious not to influence the witness in any way by my interventions. But since we're going into some complex questions, perhaps it would be right to have the Albanian version of the question when that question is put up on the screen in English, because my client cannot understand English. I have the English version of the question here on my screen, but I do not have the Albanian one. Thank you. I apologize.
Available.
yes, and witness, in light of your answer, I'm going to go back a little bit in terms of reading to you the context of what was asked to you during the very same SPO interview, and then I will ask you another question. So in the English...
Can you have that on the screen in Albanian, please?
Yes, to note, first of all, Your Honor, what I read was already on the screen in Albanian,
All right.
and what I'm going to read now is just a few
All
lines
right.
over from the same
That's
page.
all I'm just checking to make sure
Yes.
we're on the same page.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, and I may need some assistance from the Albanian speaking staff, but because this is being done now on the fly. In English, I'm going to read from page 8, line 10 of the same document that we're at, so just one page before. In Albanian, I'm hoping that it's going to be the same page from line 5, if perhaps an Albanian interpreter could now confirm to me that page 8, line 10 in English corresponds to page 7, line 10, line 5 in Albanian, that would be much appreciated.
The interpreter can confirm that line 5 corresponds to line, in Albanian corresponds to line 10 in English.
It is now...
Now it's okay.
Thank you, yes. So witness, I'm going to read from the very same interview, in fact, from just a few lines before the question and answer I just read to you. I will do that, and then I have some questions. Question. Because that is what I'm trying to understand. Because Mr. Veseli would have had to coordinate whole of Kosovo. So, you, in whole Kosovo, you may have common problems, one in Lap, one in Pastrik, so I would expect that he would pass messages through the zone command that you work on the same aspect. Sorry, but would you not know if you're not informed from the top level? Answer. All I did, my entire work, consisted solely in informing the general headquarters. This is all I did, and nothing else, and I don't recall any such occasion when something in particular specific was requested from him, or that he requested us to do something, because we didn't leave space for such a request. We did what we had to do, and besides, the most of the time period I'm referring to, during this time period, he was not in, go to the next page in English, Kosovo. He was either in Rambouillet or Oslo, signed agreements. He was abroad most of the time. Question. So who was his deputy then, to your knowledge, to your understanding? Answer. Ferhat Shala and Ilmi Rechica. I don't know if they were his deputies or part of his members of his staff, but I know that I met them at the general headquarters. Witness, as you see here, the question and answer I read to you before, you were responding in terms of a time frame around the time at least of Rambouillet, which would be March of '99. Now you are telling the judges this morning during testimony that you believe you provided this answer in relation to the positions of Shala and Rechica, possibly after the war. Can you explain this discrepancy between the prior statement that you gave to the SPO in 2019 and your evidence during cross-examination and earlier today to the judges?
I think I'm telling the truth. I don't think I referred here to March, April 99. On the 1st of April 1999, I met with Kadri Veseli. And I did not meet anymore with any deputy or any employee of our service at the General Staff. I only told you that when I was asked in Pristina who could be the deputy, so I had 20 years then to know them, and I said this thinking that after the war they were associates or collaborators of Kadri Veseli or his office. But I did not have the knowledge to be able to to state that they were deputies of his. I might perhaps have said things based on what I learned during the last 20 years. I don't believe I have mentioned the date that is March, April 99 of them being his deputies. I might omitted some things. This is what I knew, and this is what I stated.
Thank you.
Your Honour, so if I may address just one matter of translation, perhaps without the witness.
Yes.
Just so if there's anything further arising, Mr. Patch can still ask further questions.
Go ahead if it's about the translation.
But perhaps in the absence of the witness, out of abundance of caution.
Yeah, that's all right. Witness, we're going to take a short break anyway. Before we get to the judge's questions, we're going to take a break. So you may leave the courtroom now with the court usher. Please do not speak to anyone.
Thank you, Your Honours. I didn't want to interrupt any further, but I understand there is a translation issue in relation to this answer regarding Mr. Shala and Mr. Richecha. Translation in respect of his SPO interview, not in the court today. And I would ask that that's checked, and if any further matters arise, they could then be addressed.
Just give the page and the
Yes.
line numbers.
So it's in the English, it's on line 6 going over to 7. I understand, obviously I'm instructed on this because I don't speak Albanian, that the words of his staff do not appear in the Albanian. So it simply reads, I don't know if they were his deputies or part of his, and it says members.
And that's what you want to have checked?
Yes, to just check whether of his staff what was said by him in the interview in the Albanian and then recorded there. I mean, it may amount to nothing in relation to the questions, but just for accuracy, for the record, I was asked to have that checked.
This was not from the transcript, though. This was from a previous statement.
Yes, so this wasn't from the transcript today.
You need to present that in the proper manner to the registry to have it checked.
Yes.
All right.
I just wanted to raise it for the record, and then we can go through it that way. If there's anything arising, I don't think there is. It could be dealt with later.
Do you wish to do anything further with this?
No,
Do you
not
wish to
based.
call the witness back for any reason?
No, not based on the suggested change. As Your Honour mentioned, it can be checked, but even if that were to be true, I would not have further questions on the matter.
All right, fine.
We'll get that checked. Thank you for that
All right.
opportunity, Your Honours.
We'll take a 30-minute break at this point so that we can deal with your motion or your question and be back to you at about 10 after
Thank you.
the hour. So we're adjourned until 10 after 10.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Before we continue with the judge's questioning of prosecution witness W03873, the panel will address two matters. First, turning to the submission this morning, the panel clarifies that it has not released a presentation queue. Rather, it has provided notice via email of the subset of materials the panel may use when questioning the witness. Second, the panel notes that in giving the parties and participants advance notice of Rule 1023 and 103 material, the panel was responsive to the defense's submissions about notice regarding such material. The panel recalls that such notice is in line with the panel's oral order of 5 June 2024. Having heard the parties' submissions on the documents notified in the advance of the judge's questions, the panel notes that similar submissions are before the panel in F02718. Therefore, the panel will not rule on this issue at the present time. Rather, the panel will take into consideration the submissions from this morning when issuing a decision on 52718 and connected filings. The panel will therefore proceed with judge's questions. If the defense requires further time to prepare after judge's questions, they can certainly make a specific request identifying why and how much time they need to prepare, and the panel will consider such requests. As to the issue of admissibility, this issue has not arisen at the present time and therefore will not be addressed in this order. This concludes the panel's oral order. Number two, on November 26, 2024, the panel entered an MFI designation for 113623-02 as MFI P01863. The SBO showed parts of 113623-2 to W03873, but sought admission of the entirety of 113623-02. The SBO argued that the entirety of 113623-02, including the excerpts not shown to W03873, were relevant to the case and provided context to the excerpts shown to the witness. The Vasily defense objected to the admission of the entirety of the video, arguing that only the parts of the video shown to the witness should be admitted. Having considered the parties' submissions, the party is satisfied that the entirety of 113623-02 is relevant as it provides context to the witness's evidence. Regarding authenticity, the panel is satisfied that the video is from television interview and bears all the relevant indicators of its origin. Regarding the probative value of this item, the panel notes that the witness confirmed that what he said in the video was true and that several parts of the video were shown to the witness, including by the defense, and that the witness confirmed the contents of the excerpts. Lastly, the panel considers that no prejudice arises. The defense has been able to use MFI P01863 in its cross-examination of W03873. This concludes the panel's second oral order. One additional thing before we begin. During judge's questioning, if you have issue with something that you want to raise, we will do it outside the presence of the witness. Just stand and be recognized, and I will then excuse the witness, and then we can go forward on that, and you can feel more free to say whatever you wish. So I hope that's understood. Please bring the witness in.
Your Honors, as a follow-up on your second oral order, just to confirm that the evidentiary status of P01863 will be changed from MFI to admitted. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Sorry, I turned it off. We'll go 1 hour at this time, and then we'll take a half-hour break, and then finish up before the noon, or finish up until noon, or lunch recess, and then we'll see how much more time we need. Witness, we apologize for the long delay, but sometimes things are necessary and have to be addressed. So we will proceed now. Some of the judges have questions for you. We'll begin with Judge Barta, who's to my left, your right. Please give him your attention.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good morning, Mr. Chadraku and Mr. Thaçi. Mr. Chadraku, the panel has more questions for you, which we believe are necessary to better understand your evidence and to clarify some issues that were raised by the parties. My first question is about what you told the prosecution during your preparation session last week and what is reflected in preparation note 1. According to paragraph 5 of that note, you told the prosecution that you were arrested, and I may add, later sentenced to 18 months in prison for, as you said in your preparation session, allegedly saluting with your fist in honor of the Albanian president Enver Hoxha, who had died on the 11th of April 1985. My question is simply this: did you or did you not raise your fist in honor of the late president, Albanian president Enver Hoxha at that day, or on that day?
Your Honor, at the time I told the Yugoslav army prosecutors that that was not true because I would not offend the then President Enver Hoxha in front of the Yugoslav army. Mr. Enver Hoxha had its own Albanian flag, we had the Yugoslav flag, and I would never have done such an offense.
Thank you. In other words, the accusation was wrong. Is that what you're saying? You didn't raise your fist.
That's correct, I didn't.
That's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you. My next question is, my next questions are about paragraph 13 of preparation note 1, more specifically about what you said according to that note on page 6. There you said, well, according to what the SPO recorded in the note, that when you re-entered Kosovo from Albania with a group of around 18 people in January 1999, you were among the first to do so after the groups of Commander Drini, Ekrem Rekša, Muja Krasniqi, and as you said here, students from Kruše i Mlade had been ambushed. Do you recall saying that to the prosecution during your preparation session?
Yes, sir.
Do you know that there were allegations that Commander Drini was responsible for the ambush and or the death of Muja Krasniqi?
Your Honor, At the time, I was there. I saw of Commander Drini, Mój Krasniqi, and the 140 comrades that set off on the 14th of December. Following their ambush, of course, all of us, Gjeladin, Plaku, and I can here specify Ramadan Krasniqi, the brother of Mr. Selimi, all our comrades, we all tried to understand what happened with the ambush of 14th December when 46 of our soldiers were killed. I never remember to have blamed somebody specifically with a name and a surname, because this was an ambush, this was an unequal confrontation, and to what I know from my stay in Sahan at the time, nobody blamed Commander Drini for this event, because he himself was part of that large group.
So you haven't heard of any allegations against Commander Drini that he was responsible for the ambush or for the death of specifically Mój Krasniqi? Is that what you're saying?
Your Honor, today, 25 years after the war, my memory, my recollection has various information stored. I spoke on the name of the KLA staff that was at the time in Sahan. After the war, many articles, many newspapers, many people who were politically oriented against us had various conspiracies, and many things were talked about to that extent that it would be impossible for me to summarize all the accusations that came from our political opponents with the aim of blemishing one or another. This is all ill-intended and defamation.
Thank you. Do you know whether Mój Krasniqi was related to one of the accused in this courtroom?
Much later, I learned that there was a family relation between Recep and Ramadan Selimi. Maternal uncle, nephew, that relationship.
Just to be clear, you mentioned Mr. Recep and Mr. Ramadan Selimi. Are you talking about Mój Krasniqi? Because I was asking about Mój Krasniqi and whether he was related to one of the accused here.
I don't know exactly. I read that there was a family relationship between Recep Selimi and Ramadan Selimi, who is Recep's brother. And this is information I read on newspapers.
So you don't have any information whether Mój Krasniqi was related to one of the accused, and you can leave Mr. Ramadan Selimi aside, we're not talking about the same person, Mr. Muya Krasniqi and Mr. Ramadan Selimi.
I didn't have such knowledge personally.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to paragraph 16 of preparation note 1, where you talked about the KLA General Headquarters in Klečka, and you said it is, according to that note, it is possible you went to Radio Free Kosovo and then to the KLA General Staff in Klečka. There was no need for you to go there at other times, because if there was information for the KLA General Staff to provide, it would be sent to the Pashtric Operational Zone Commander, and all information you had for the KLA General Staff would be transmitted through the Pashtric Operational Zone Commander. Mr. Chadraku, my first question is, was the General Headquarters or the headquarters of the General Staff, KLA General Staff, in Klečka, or was it in Divjake? At the time, I mean.
I remember that the seat of the General Staff was in Klečka. I do not know the distinction between Klečka, Divjak, and Berisha. I'm not very familiar with those villages. I've been there on 2 or 3 occasions, and I'm not familiar with the borders or delineation between these villages, where Klečka ends and where Divjak begins.
So do you know whether these two villages, Klečka and Divjake, were close to each other?
I believe they're close, but I don't know which is which.
Thank you. On a different issue, but considering the same paragraph, you said, and you repeated that, I think yesterday during your examination by the parties, that you personally never contacted the General Staff directly. I mean, apart from the letter we saw, dated 14 March 1999, where you said you don't know whether this letter reached the General Staff, but my question is that still your evidence that you never contacted the General Staff directly during the time you were head of the intelligence and counterintelligence in the Pashtric Operational Zone?
During the war, I was at the General Staff on 3 occasions. I always tried to maintain the contact through my command. I do not recall to have contacted the General Staff without notifying the commander, apart from the documents that we read yesterday.
Thank you. And by your commander, you are referring to Commander Drini. Is that right?
Yes, when I speak about the command, it's Commander Drini, it's Commander Sinan Tahiri, and it's Deputy Commander Sadiq Khalid Yaha. They are all part of the command of Pashtric Operational Zone.
That would have been my next question. So there was no difference between the time Mr. or Commander Drini was commander of the Patrick Operational Zone, and Thaçi was commander, and Mr. Sadi Khalid Yahya was deputy commander. There was no difference in that regard.
I didn't quite understand the purpose of this question. There was no difference. The difference was that Drini was another commander and Thaçi was another commander. When Drini was commander, Sadi Khalid Yahya was his deputy. When Mr. Tahiri came, the number of clashes and battles increased. So I don't know what specifically you want me to say. If you could please specify, I will do that.
You said there was no difference. Is that right? And when Commander Drini was commander of the Patrick Operational Zone, and later Mr. Zinani was commander, you said yesterday you reported to them, and it was up to the commander, you said, and I take it from your statement now that you were referring, and you are referring to both Mr. Recha, Commander Drini, and Thaçi Zinani. Was up to the commander to inform or to report to the general staff. Is that right? Is that what you said yesterday?
Yes, sir. If he deemed it necessary and reasonable to report my proposals and notifications to the command, it was his duty to inform the general staff.
Thank you. Mr. Chadrako, do you have reason to believe that either Commander Drini or Thaçi Zinani did not send your reports, or that they did not inform the general staff about what you told them during the time you were head of CKZ in the Patrick Operational Zone?
When I realized that some of my proposals did not reach the general staff, I wrote a letter that we mentioned here yesterday and day before yesterday, when I attempted to indirectly, in another manner, inform the general staff of what I wanted to inform. I do believe that he always reported and informed them, but when I realized that he could possibly not have informed them, I thought of this other way to inform the general staff, Mr. Bislim Zurabi, that is.
More interested in another aspect of your testimony, namely, you told us that you were, or your task was to, as head of the intelligence, and the task of the intelligence and counterintelligence section in the Patrick Operational Zone was to gather information about, to collect information about Serbian positions, the strength, the weaponry, and so on. And would like to know from you, have you heard of complaints by members of the general staff or by other people that they did not receive, the general staff did not receive important information you had gathered, your department or your intelligence service had gathered about the positions of Serb forces or their strength, that they did not receive anything from your operational zone? Have you heard of such complaints?
I never had a complaint from any of the commanders, be it Commander Drini or Tahir Sinani, or information that a complaint had derived from General Staff about my reporting or lack of it on the positions and movements of the enemy forces. There was no complaint addressed against me, and I think that I was also always consistent in this respect and provided them with all the information they needed.
Thank you. I think this point is clear now. I would like to move on to more questions I have, and now I have questions about preparation note 2, or what is recorded in that note. It's also about what you, according to the prosecution, told them during your preparation session last week. And my first set of questions is about paragraph 16 of preparation note 2, where you said that in May or June 1998, possibly with a group including Serapi, on 30 May 1998, on the way back from Albania, Hashim Thaçi, whom you did not know at the time, was carrying 2 snipers on his back. I assume you're referring to 2 sniper weapons, is that right?
This is how I remember that he was carrying on his back 2 old Russian-made sniper rifles. I think this person was Hashim Thaçi. Later on, I knew who he was. During that trip, I did not know who he was. Then later on, I thought about this and remembered.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. We come to that. But to continue, you also said that Mr. Thaçi twisted his foot, and you took the sniper weapons and helped Mr. Thaçi, or the person you believe was Mr. Thaçi, walk. And it's also said here that you told the prosecution that you did not know about Mr. Thaçi being given a mandate to set up the war structures. Do you remember saying this to the prosecution last week?
Yes, sir. I said that I did not know at the time, and I do not know to this day, that he had the task to form or create the KLA.
And do you know now, 25 years later, what position Mr. Thaçi had in May and June 1998, if he had any?
No, sir, I don't know. Even today. For that time, I know that at a later stage, he was part of the KLA diplomatic leadership. But I do not know at that time what position he had or if their positions had been assigned.
Do you know now whether Mr. Thaçi was a member of the General Staff, the KLA General Staff, or the Central Staff, as it was called, as we have heard here, before it was called or renamed General Staff? Do you know whether he was a member of the KLA General or Central Staff?
I don't know what to say. All our comrades who were mentioned after the war, we perceive all of them as members of the General Staff, be that Azem Sula, Javid Khaliti, Hashim Thaçi, Recep Selimi, Jakub Krasniqi, Kadri Veseli. I am not able to say today exactly how many members had the General Staff of the KLA or the central staff, as it was called up to a certain moment in time. I would not know exactly how it was. My perception as a fighter is that I accept all these names as members of the general staff, regardless of their specific tasks within the staff, the general staff.
Chadraku, do you know or do you have any knowledge whether Mr. Thaçi and or Mr. Veseli had been working on the organization of the KLA by, among other things, liaising between general staff or central staff members in Kosovo and elsewhere already before the war? Do you have any knowledge about that?
I do not have any personal knowledge about that.
Thank you. I would like to move on to page 6 of preparation note 2, again paragraph 16, where you said, and I think you repeated that yesterday during the examination by the parties, that there was, and this is what is recorded in preparation note 2, as your words, there was an autonomy in terms of organizing, and you think that this is how it was in all the regions, since you could not oblige anyone to set up the KLA, and considering what happened in your area, you believe that in every municipality there was a person who started the work on their own, and in time they would organize people. Just to be clear, Mr. Chadraku, what your evidence is in this regard, does that mean that in your view the general staff was not involved in organizing the structure of the KLA, and you were talking about here, about the time, May, June 1998, in May, June 1998, or before that at all?
I think that the general staff could not have organized all the organizations in villages on the ground, but they always had a man, a person. I can take my own example, and that from that example we can perhaps understand that this was the case also in other locations.
And in paragraph 17 of preparation note 2, correct me if I'm wrong, you confirmed that the general staff, or as it was called, central staff, already existed before the war. Is that right?
As a person living abroad in Switzerland, I read about the central staff in newspapers. Perhaps it did exist before the war, but I did not have any knowledge as to who they were. But we did read material in our news organizations. We had Zuri Kosovo in Switzerland, so it is possible I might have received this knowledge from newspapers and other press, and not as a personal direct knowledge.
Understand. You also confirmed or said that the name KLA was given on the 16th of November 1994. I'm also, or again, referring to paragraph 17 of preparation note 2. Is that right? Did you tell this to the prosecution?
Yes, sir. I've said this. Maybe I was wrong on the date. This is what we knew. This is what our friends told us. This is what we heard. we were told that on the 17th of November 1994, a proposal was made by the comrades to give a name to the Kosovo Liberation Army. It was proposed that that armed group or armed groups or the unification of those armed groups would come together under the name of Kosovo Liberation Army. So it is correct.
And who decided that? Who decided that the group or organization, as you said, should receive the name Kosovo Liberation Army? You know that?
Again, I do not have personal direct knowledge. My knowledge comes from material I read at a later stage, after they became active. As such, I do not have any direct knowledge from the group of friends who were involved in this.
So you said your knowledge or you received your knowledge, you got your knowledge from what you read at a later stage. Did you read anything about who decided that the group was called or should receive the name KLA then?
From what I read, I think it might have been the chairmanship of the LPK or the group in charge of special actions, who was also part of the chairmanship of the LPK. Now, who specifically made the proposal, I wouldn't know by name, but I do know that it came from them.
Thank you. My next questions are about paragraph 21 of preparation note 2, where you talked about a person named Zabit Geci, and you said you saw Mr. Geci or Geci in Albania in summer 1998 when you went to visit a hospital with a doctor you knew from Switzerland, who was with the KLA and was responsible to assist the wounded. And you also said that after the war you met Mr. Geci when the two of you were detained at the same time. Is that what you told the prosecution during your preparation session?
Yes, that's correct.
Would like to know from you now, what was Mr. Geci's role in the KLA, if he had any?
No, sir, I'm not able to say what his role was. I only met him once in passing during a visit I was paying to my wounded comrades in the hospital in Tirana. I do not know what was the task of Zabit Geci in the KLA.
I'm asking because, Mr. Chodraku, you were detained, as you said, with them, together with him at the same time, and I thought maybe the two of you had talked to each other about the time, what you did during the war. So my question is, you did not talk to Mr. Geci about at any time after the war about what he did or what you did during the war?
Your Honor, when I was arrested in 2001, I was not involved in the same case as Zabit Geci, but he was arrested also in Pristina in a different case. I can say that in the prisons where we were kept and suffered, it was strictly forbidden to communicate amongst us, meaning it's KLA soldiers amongst them. The Yanmik police had isolated us from one another. There were very strict and rigid rules preventing any contact amongst us. I was only able to see Sabigesi from the window when he went for a walk, or he could see me when I went out for a walk. But we did not have the opportunity or possibility to spend time together or to talk to one another.
So you don't know, if I understand you correctly, you don't know whether Mr. Thaçi was or had been dealing with, like you, intelligence or counterintelligence during the war. You have no information about that.
I know that I saw Sabitgesi in Albania. I never saw Sabitgesi in Kosovo during the war. I don't know if he ever was in Kosovo, but I never saw him.
Thank you. Before we take a break, one or two brief questions about the next paragraph 22, where you said, or you confirmed that it is correct that while you were the chief of the G2, you collected information inside, it said here, of UÇK to find out where was the enemy, their positions, and what kind of weapon they had. I'm interested in knowing what you meant by collected information inside of UÇK. What did you mean by that? If you had said so, the prosecution.
Yes, Your Honor. Our territory, where we were, was bordered by the main roads which were under Serbian forces' control. All of our soldiers of the KLA were the first guards close to those main roads, were also observers of the Serbian forces' movements in one or the other direction. These guards had the obligation to report to their command or to us in order for us to be able to have updated information at any given time about Serbian forces' movements and numbers. And therefore I said that within the KLA we collected information about the Serbian forces, and this information came from the KLA soldiers themselves who were on the first dividing lines.
I think it's a good time to take a break.
All right. Witness will take a half-hour break at this time. You'll come back to the courtroom at 11:40. No, it is 11:40, I'm sorry. At 12:10, and we will continue at that time. So the break will be until 11:50. We're adjourned until then.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. The video that we admitted this morning that was an MFI prior to today should be reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honors.
You can bring the witness in. All right, witness, we will continue with Judge Barta's questions now.
Thank you and welcome back, Mr. Chadrako and Mr. Thaçi. I'd like to move on to paragraph 25 of preparation note 2, according to which you said the following to the prosecution in your preparation session. I quote, KLA members near borders with enemy forces had checkpoints where the identities of anyone coming in or leaving would be verified. Of course, in those checkpoints, there were names of people that KLA members would not have liked to enter their territory because in one way or another, they had lost trust in such people who would harm KLA activities by seeing how many KLA members there were and similar information, end of quote. Mr. Chadraku, would like to know from you, are you talking about people who collaborated with the enemy by providing information about the KLA to the enemy forces here?
I was referring here to the persons who were still working with the Serbian police or were in some way connected to the regime at the time. It could be a prosecutor, a judge, an investigator, a prison ward, a policeman, a member of the administration of that apparatus, occupying apparatus. Therefore, we were protecting our territory and ourselves from them.
And just to be clear on that point, it didn't matter whether these people were Serbian or Serbs or Albanian. Is that right?
That's right, it didn't matter. The important factor was that they were part of that occupying apparatus.
Thank you. And in the same paragraph, it is recorded that you told the prosecution that KLA members knew the names of many who had acted and worked against their interests, and that 70% of those mistreating or torturing prisoners during the 1970s and 1980s were Albanian, and that is why KLA members were also afraid of other Albanians. End of quote. Is that correct? Did you tell the prosecution this?
Yes, Your Honor. All these words, I said them to the prosecutor, and I still think that 70% of that apparatus, occupying apparatus from 1945 to 1999, were Albanians, unfortunately. We knew those names because they had beaten us up, they had imprisoned us, they had maltreated us. Therefore, we did not want them to cause further harm to us during the war or at the liberation time.
Thank you. And who within the KLA decided whether a person was not allowed to enter the territory because he or she would harm the KLA or the KLA's activities? Who would decide that?
First, based on the information we would receive from a friend or somebody else, I would receive that information, I would discuss it with the command, and then, following my proposal, the zone commander would make a decision and would convey that to the brigade commander, who would then pass it on to the checkpoint or the simple soldier. So this was a general decision. We were all trying to protect our territory, to protect the KLA, to protect the civilians. It was not just one person.
So this is what actually happened in reality. Is that right? The way you just described the procedure.
I didn't know any better method to protect myself, to protect the KLA, and to protect our territory. I thought this was the appropriate way, and I thought this was how we could protect ourselves.
And Mr. Chadraka, you said in paragraph 27 of preparation note 2, this is the last sentence, that I quote, "Some countries have admitted collateral damage, but no collateral damage has been considered in relation to the KLA, since everything is considered a crime," end of quote. To recall saying that to the prosecution, could I ask you to explain what you meant by that sentence?
What I meant with this sentence is that in those war circumstances, at the line of fire, killings being committed, we had many victims, children, elderly, women. It was possible that any human being, because we are human beings, it was possible for a human being to be excessive, to alienate themselves after witnessing crimes. Therefore, in a way or another, any person could give a bad look to someone or shout at another person in a more harsh ways, sending that person back or removing that person from the area. This is what I qualified as collateral damage, that a person, referring to actions that a person could take under pressure or in a tense situation. And my writings, my proposals submitted to the Partial Operational Zone Command were done in this emotional state. Perhaps in the current circumstances and conditions, I wouldn't act the same way, but at the time we were in the conditions that we were conditioned by all the killings and massacres and the trouble that we were going through.
Mr. Chodraku, assuming that a person was wrongly suspected or identified as a collaborator, and that person was detained by KLA members, mistreated and maybe even killed, would that also be a collateral damage for you?
No, no, sir.
Thank you. Can you tell us why this person would not fall under the definition of collateral damage, as you just said?
You said it yourself. If that person was detained, maltreated, that means that there was time and room to think. What I said before, acting in the heat of the moment, refers to some action taken instantaneously, which can be wrong or a mistake. But in the event there were investigations, detentions, and maltreatment, and then that person was killed, it is not something done in the heat of the moment. That's the intent is there. I'm quoting your words and making an assumption.
For this clarification. Mr. Chodraku, I'd like to move on to a different topic and would like to deal with what you said according to the preparation note to the prosecution in paragraph 36. In that paragraph, you talked about several people, and you also mentioned Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Kadri Veseli, and you said that they were part, together with other people, of the diplomatic structures of the KLA that mainly dealt with meetings and international activities within the diplomatic framework rather than issues related to the war on the ground in Kosovo. And again, my question, as always, to remember saying this to the prosecution.
Yes, Your Honor, I remember.
I'd like to ask you, how do you know that Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Veseli were part of diplomatic structures of the KLA? You just said a couple of minutes ago, or at the beginning of the questioning, my questioning, that you didn't know Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Veseli from your time in Switzerland. You didn't know what positions they had in May, June 1998, and you were still in the dark in relation to what they did or where they were. No, you didn't say where they were, but now you just confirmed that you knew that they were part of diplomatic structures and they were participating in meetings and international activities. So what's the basis for or of this statement?
If this question was asked of me in 98 and 99, I wouldn't probably know. But I was asked this question in 2019 and 2024. As I said before, my knowledge now is based on what we saw during the war, what we saw after the war, and what we read. Therefore, I base my statement on the fact that all those who were responsible to speak for the General Staff, they said this. Also, I would like to add one more thing. For the last 25 years, the Kosovo press is overloaded with all sorts of writings, positive and negative. In no newspaper, including those of our opponents, I have never read the name of Hashim Thaçi referred to as General Hashim Thaçi or General Kadri Veseli. This demonstrates that they did not have military operational activity during the war in 1998-99. Their tasks were rather those to contact and interact with international structures. Again, I'm saying all this based on what I've seen, what I've heard, but not based on my contacts with the General Staff or anything else. These are things that I have heard or read.
Thank you. Mr. Chodraku, in the following paragraph 37, you apparently said that during the war, Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Veseli and other KLA General Staff members traveled back and forth to Albania more than 40 times, and every journey would take 1 or 2 weeks. Again, I have to ask you, how do you know this? Did you read this somewhere in a newspaper, or did you hear this from someone? What's the basis of this statement of your belief that they traveled back and forth more than 40 times and they were not in the country, and that each of the journey or every journey would take 1 or 2 weeks?
You come from other procurators.
I told the prosecutor and to you, Your Honor, that I was in contact with my comrades from Brigade 126 from Haas, who were more involved in helping with the border crossing. We're talking about the quantity first, so the number. I said over 40 times. Perhaps that's knowledge that comes from them, who would have told me I escorted him on this occasion, on that occasion. So I have this from our soldiers. With respect to the duration of these, meaning that it took weeks, I think last year I said in a public televised program that it is true that perhaps the border crossing itself can take 1 or 2 days, but to get close to the border and to move further beyond the border takes more time. If you're going to Brussels or Vienna or London, it takes time. So this was my assumption when I said that the trip could take 1-2 weeks up until the meeting with the internationals. I was not referring to any specific trip for which I had no knowledge. I spoke in general terms, assessing the time needed for someone to travel from Kosovo to Europe or from Europe to Kosovo.
Thank you, Mr. Chodraku. If you multiply 40 trips by 1.5 week or weeks, you get a total of 60 weeks. That's more than a year. This is why I was asking. So you're not saying that Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Veseli were not in Kosovo for more than a year? Or are you saying this? I'm asking you.
Your Honor, now you're doing the math. I did not do that. I did not think that every single one of these trips lasted 1 or 2 weeks. Perhaps some lasted only 1 or 2 days. You're taking a different approach to this. I know that all these trips, which I do not have evidence for, perhaps you do, you would see that it is indeed very true that they traveled frequently. I also know that I saw a statement of a Serbian army commander given after the war, who said that during the war there was not only one Hashim Thaçi. He said, I am convinced that there are 3, because it is not possible for him to be today in Kosovo, tomorrow in Tirana, and the day after somewhere else. So I based my statement in all this knowledge, not on something specific or mathematically true.
I think you made that clear now. I'd like to move on to paragraph 40 of preparation note 2, where you said that every time you were in Nishor, where the zone command was, the command of the Pashtric operational zone, you and others held meetings at 9 a.m., regardless, you said, of whether you had information to report, and you also said, according to that paragraph in preparation note 2, that all the chiefs of G sections who were available would attend such meetings, and that you would state everything you had to report in front of everyone who was part of the commanding structure, because you believed the commander should be informed of everything regardless of whether the reporting was positive, negative, or just your opinion. Do you recall saying this to the prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor, I remember.
So is it fair to say that it was important to you that your commander, Commander Drini, and later Commander Zinani and other members of the zone command were always informed about your activities, the activities of your section, the ZKZ? Is that fair to say?
Yes, Your Honor, I think it's fair.
This is also in paragraph 40, but on the next page, page 14 of preparation note 2, you said in the middle of the page, the center of the page, that you sent letters to the KLA General Staff through the zone command almost every day concerning what you saw and experienced, since you believed the KLA General Staff should receive a copy. Do you recall saying this to the prosecution as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I'd like to ask you again, is it fair to say that it was also important to you that the General Staff was also informed about what happened in your area of responsibility, or about, as you said, what you saw and experienced every day?
Your Honor, I made all the copies consciously. I printed a copy for the General Staff. The decision for that was that of the commander of the Pashtric operational zone. He would assess whether the General Staff would need to know, to have that copy. He, in an event, had my printed copy available. It was his authority to act, to order, or to prevent us from undertaking actions in this direction or that direction.
I understood that, but I was only asking you whether it was important to you to provide information to the general staff as well about what you saw and experienced. So was it important to you or not?
Certainly it was. And I thought that there was a structure. I thought that the general staff had a well-organized structure which would receive all of our reports that we were sending from the ground, that they would analyze, assess them, and have a clearer picture of the movements, including those of the enemies. Therefore, I thought this information coming from me should be passed on until there. Had I not thought that, I wouldn't have printed a copy for them.
I understand. And Mr. Chorako, in your SBO interview from December 2019, I'm referring to part 4 of that interview of the transcript, pages 18 and 19, you said the following, and I will quote from what you said according to the transcript. You said Tahir Zinani, as zone commander, was in charge of defending a part of the territory. So all these Gs, various G sectors, informed Tahir Zinani of what they had to inform. Every one of them informed about his zone, field of operation, and whilst there is an analysis was performed on this, the information you provided, he acted based on a joint information depending on the capacities. Whereas Kadri Vezeli and the general staff, he had the same responsibilities, duty to inform Asim Süler, just as I had and I would like to add here the word obligation or duty, because there's a word missing apparently, to inform Tahir Zinani. Difference being that the obligation of the general staff was not a particular zone. It was not solely a particular zone, but 7 operational zones in Kosovo. End of quote. Mr. Chorako, I would like to ask you the following question now. Would you agree that based on your statement, it was even more important that the general staff was well informed of what was going on in the 7 operational zones?
This is how I thought. This is how I thought it should be. The same we had in the Pashtuk operational zone. I thought they should have the same at the general staff.
Thank you. I was only to be clear about that. I was only asking for your view. And you were giving me your view. So that's fine. Thank you. I'd like to move on to a different topic and to another paragraph in your preparation, or in preparation note 2, namely paragraph 44. In that paragraph, you talked about the relationship between the KLA and FARC, and you also talked about that yesterday during the examination, your examination by the parties. And you said in your preparation session, according to paragraph 44, that back then, and even now, you believe that FARC had been set up to sabotage the KLA, and I think, Mr. Chorako, you confirmed and reiterated that yesterday. So can I ask you, is this still your opinion that that FARC was set up to sabotage the KLA? Just a yes or no.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And you went on by saying in paragraph 44, at least according to the note, what was recorded in the note, that you were involved in a commission evaluating applications for veteran status in 2015. You would not have accepted FARC applications because they were not fighters in Kosovo. Did you say that to the prosecution, and is this still what you believe?
Positive.
Yes, Your Honor. I said this and I stand by it. They did not deserve to have that. Those who were not in Kosovo, who were not in the war, they did not deserve to be recognized the status of war veterans.
Just to be clear on that point, those who were not in Kosovo and who were not members of the KLA who were participating in diplomatic conferences, because you're not referring to those people, right, as people who do not deserve to get a war veteran status. We were only talking about FARC here, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm referring only to the FARC members. Because they stayed in their locations in Tirana, full of themselves, watching on TV how people, soldiers, children were killed, and they stood there idle, doing nothing. And to this day, I think that they do not deserve to be recognized as war veterans because they did not participate in the war.
Have you discussed this with other former members of the KLA, either during the war or after the war?
On many occasions, I have discussed this with friends and others. This has consistently been my position, and I have never changed it.
Position your belief, or is it a common belief among other members, your friends, other former members of the KLA, that people who were members of FARC and who did not fight in Kosovo, who apparently stayed in Albania or elsewhere, did not deserve to get war veteran status?
First of all, this is my position, but I know, based on the conversations I had with friends, that many people share my opinion, although they don't express it. Some are cautious, some do not wish to speak up, but there are many who hold the same views as I do in Kosovo.
Thank you. It is, Mr. Charaku, also recorded in paragraph 44 of preparation note 2 that you mentioned the LDK's permanent request to come to an agreement with the Milosevic and Milutinovic to give Kosovo autonomy, which would not fulfill your and others' aspirations and aim for Kosovo, and was much less favorable for Kosovo than the 23rd March 1989 agreement. Remember saying this to the prosecution, and if so, can you explain what you meant by that?
Yes, Your Honor, I remember. What I meant by these words is Serbia, as occupying force in Kosovo, on the 23rd of March 1989, suppressed the autonomy. The autonomy at that time was within the Federation. 10 years after that, our historical leader signs an agreement with Milutinovic and then with Milosevic for another autonomy, which was not based on the federation anymore because Yugoslavia dissolved, but it was based on Serbia being above it. For me, this autonomy was probably 50 times smaller than the one that was suppressed earlier. Therefore, I thought at the time, and I still think, and I will think the same to my last day, that that agreement was very malicious and ill-intentioned. It was humiliating for our people, for the victims we had suffered up until that moment. The agreement was signed on the 1st of May 1999. We had already had over 13,000 victims, over 20,000 raped women. Perhaps at the time I had this opinion in the emotional state I was, but today I think the same, even 30 times stronger. This is my personal opinion.
Mr. Jorako, you were fighting, I mean the KLA and your comrades, you were fighting for full autonomy, for full independence, is that right?
Our oath as Kosovo Liberation Army soldiers was for the liberation of Kosovo. The liberation of Kosovo as an independent sovereign state, which we declared in 2008 thanks to our political leadership.
So, just to be clear about that, does that mean from your point of view that by requesting to come to agreements with Milosevic and Milutinovic, the Serbian government, does that mean that in this case, and you are referring here to the LDK, that the LDK, or at least representatives of the KLA, were undermining your struggle for the liberation of Kosovo, the KLA's struggle for the liberation of Kosovo?
No, sir, this is wrong. I do not think that the LDK is involved in this. The LDK never held a rally, a party rally, to decide or authorize their historical leader to enter into this agreement with Milosevic or Milutinovic. His agreement with Milosevic was done, I think, because I have not read prior consultation he would have had with other people, and I don't blame the LDK here, because I remember when he entered into this agreement, 212 LDK intellectuals declared from Skopje that from that day onwards they would not recognize the signature of Rugova, whatever he would sign in Belgrade. Therefore, this agreement between Milosevic and Rugova was not a product of the LDK. This was his personal product.
With his personal product, you mean you're referring to Mr. Rugova? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, I'm referring to Rugova.
Exile, the Bukoshi government. Is it your view that they are, or they were working against the interests of the KLA, against the interests of the population of Kosovo at the time? And if so, do you still believe that?
My conviction, Your Honor, for the government at the time, the Kosovo government at the time, is that they did not act. I blame them for not acting, failure to act. Their failure to act made them evil spectators to all the bad things and horrible things that happened in Kosovo. Their failure to act or non-action was a bad thing in itself.
What would you have expected them to do?
At that time, as a young man, 34 years old, that I was at the time, I thought that as a government since 1992 until 98, they should have contacted, worked, cooperated, acted in order to supply as the necessary means to fight the occupier. They claimed to have been formed for the Republic of Kosovo. They claimed to work for the Republic of Kosovo, but they never called Serbia as an occupying force. I never read from 1989 that they qualified Serbia an occupying force. So if you don't make that qualification, I don't think you can fight against that force. Therefore, I think that with their failures, they damaged us as a people, as a young man, as an army, and as a country.
Would you have expected them, I mean the government in exile, to send troops or money or weapons to Kosovo to fight against the enemy?
I never expected them to give us money. We did not need money. We only needed weapons, ammunition, that's all. We wouldn't have been even able to spend the money.
What about soldiers?
The soldiers were fed by the people. We did not need the money from the government. Every village, every location, every municipality took care of us. The people took care of us for everything we needed during the war. They didn't.
Now in paragraph 45 of preparation note 2, you talked about Mr. Tahir Zemai, who had been briefly commander of the Dukagini operational zone, and you said that Mr. Zemai managed to become zone commander with Hardenai. I assume that you're referring to Ramush Hardenai here, correct? Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. I was referring to Commander Ramush Haradinaj.
Ramush Haradinaj as deputy, you said here. The KLA General Staff did not allow Zemai as commander. I have to ask you this again. Is this correct? Did you tell this? Did you tell the prosecution this?
Yes, Your Honor, this is correct. And this is information that I read after the war. I did not know this during the war, but I did say that, and I think that was the case.
And you said the KLA General Staff did not allow Mr. Zemai as commander. Do you know what, if at all, the General Staff did in that regard? Did you read anything about that, or have you heard anything about that?
From what I read and from what I know, the General Staff reacted because he had brought into Loja, where he was an army, and wanted the commander to be elected by a vote. And this is how he achieved the goal to become a commander and Ramush his deputy. And I think it was based on this, the reaction of the general staff, so that the leading structures of the command be not elected in this way. This is what I read after the war, but it can also not be true. This is what I read, that's it.
And what exactly did the general staff do, or what was the reaction of the general staff?
I do not know the exact reaction. I know that they went there, they agreed, and they returned, and I think that changed. Ramush Haradinaj became again commander, and Tahir Zemai his deputy. But how this was decided, I don't know. I wasn't there.
Just to be clear, at that point you said they agreed. Are you saying that Mr. Haradinaj, Mr. Zemai, and whoever went there from the general staff agreed that Mr. Zemai was replaced by Mr. Haradinaj, that Mr. Haradinaj was reinstated as commander of the Dukajini operational zone?
Yes, that is what happened. Ramush Haradinaj remained commander afterwards up until the end of the war.
So from what you know, and I accept that you said you only read about it, is that there was an agreement between at least three parties, Mr. Zemai, Mr. Haradinaj, and the general staff. Is that what you read or heard?
Yes, I believe it was like that.
Thank you. Now to a different topic, and this should be brief. In paragraph 51 of Preparation Note 2, you mentioned the context of it's met Tara, the KLA General Inspector. I would like to know from you if you know who the General Inspector of the KLA was in 1998, 1999, if there was such a position at all.
I remember that I heard that the General Inspector was Mr. Recep Selimi. I never had contacts in this respect. I don't know whether that was a post or if that is something that we called it so, but I think that the General Inspector was Recep Selimi.
Do you know when Mr. Selimi became General Inspector? Do you have any information about that?
No, I don't have information about that. I don't have any information concerning any members about dates of posts and so forth. We were not informed when there were rotations, when people was changed. We were not notified in the zones, in our units in 1998 about changes. We didn't have anything documented as to the dates of appointments of each and every member of the general staff.
So you also don't know how Mr. Salimi became General Inspector. If this is what happened, because you said you don't have valid information, first-hand information about that, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I don't have first-hand information about that, and we were never informed about his appointment. We, meaning us as Pastrik operational zone.
Thank you. Now, to a different issue. I'd like to talk to you briefly about, or discuss with you briefly, what happened, as far as you know, in Prizren. And I'm referring to paragraphs 57 and the following of preparation note 2, where you discussed this, and you also mentioned yesterday, Mr. Chadraku, that you know that the zone command, the Pastrik operational zone staff, was based in the girls' dormitory in Prizren. And what is recorded in this note, in this paragraph of the preparation note, is that you also had an office there, but it said that you always slept in Rawats. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Said during your preparation session, according to paragraph 57 of preparation note 2, that you did not visit the school for deaf and mute in Prizren in June, July 1999. If I'm not mistaken, you also mentioned that, or you confirmed that on Monday during your direct examination by the prosecution. But you believe that Brigade 125 was based in the school for deaf and mute, while Brigade 128 was based in Zim of Dragash or in Nashek, both of which were near or close to Prizren. Is that right? Did you tell this? Did you tell the prosecution this?
Yes, Your Honor. I apologize for pausing, but with the suggestion of Your Honor, I'm counting the 5 seconds after the interpreter finishes with the interpretation.
That's not a problem. Maybe I should count the seconds as well. I'm not sure whether I did that in the past. But anyway, what I wanted to ask you, first I wanted to give the reference to the transcript. This is on pages 22630 and 22631 of our transcript. Mr. Chadraku, do you know or do you have any knowledge of what happened at or in the former MUP building in Prizren between the 16th and the 18th of June 1999?
No, Your Honor. I do not know what happened there. I do not know what happened in Prizren either, because I was in Rahovec and its surroundings up until 1st of July 1999.
So you were never personally there. You were still in Rahovec, right? At the time, before the 2nd of July, or 1st of July, 1999.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Did you hear anything about an encounter with German KFOR at the former MUP building after the withdrawal of the Serbian forces? Have you heard anything about that?
I don't know what encounter specifically you're interested in, but we've seen on TV the killing by the German KFOR of a Serb or two in a vehicle, but I really do not understand to which encounter you are referring. Maybe you can explain this.
I will. To be more specific, do you know whether people were held and mistreated in the former MUP building after the withdrawal of the Serbian forces in mid-June 1999?
No, sir, I don't know.
Have you heard anything about an elderly man who was found dead tied to a chair in the upper or on the upper floor of the building?
No, sir.
Do you know of other crimes that were allegedly committed by members of the KLA in the days after the takeover of Prizren in summer 1999?
No, sir, I don't remember.
You were still the head of ZKZ or G2 or G2 in the Pashtric operational zone. And I assume that Prizren belonged to your operational zone, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor. Of course, with all the appointments, I was responsible or in charge of the entire Pashtric zone, but I had my subordinates. In all my documents, no information of this type was received from the relevant brigades 124, 125, or 128.
And you didn't hear anything about that? Didn't see anything on TV, on television, or elsewhere? You were not informed by other sources, so to speak.
Your Honor, when I went to Prizren, I proposed to Commander Tahir Sinani to have more frequent meetings with KFOR and UNMIK. We had 3 weekly meetings with the UNMIK police and one time a week we met with the multinational brigade. And in those meetings, we did bring this request to both UNMIK and KFOR in this respect. All these events were noted in my documents, but when I was arrested, all these documents were destroyed or taken from me. So today, I do not know what to say or to think about these things, which are very delicate issues, and I cannot give myself the right to speak about them. I did have facts, I did have papers, I did have complaints in this respect, and I did help both UNMIK and KFOR in uncovering these cases. But these documents were taken from me by the UNMIK police. So, as I said on the first day of my testimony, I feel handicapped before you to speak if I had those documents before me today, we could have documented in a much clearer manner everything, including this after-war, post-war period in prison.
I understand. Now, Mr. Chodorkou, my final question. You said yesterday during your cross-examination by the Vezeli defense that Kadri Vezeli became head of SHIK in April 1999 and that SHIK was dealing with civilian intelligence, whereas ZKZ or G2, excuse me, at the General Staff dealt with military intelligence. Is that right? Remember that?
Yes, Your Honor, this was on the media as well, with the formation of the Provisional Government of Kosovo in April 1999. It was a good news that we had a provisional government, we had ministers, and amongst them, one minister was Kadri Veseli, that is, as the director of the intelligence service.
From you now, since you were also dealing with intelligence and counterintelligence, could you explain to us what the tasks were of the civilian intelligence as opposed to the military intelligence? So what were the responsibilities of Mr. Vezeli at the time and his department?
I wouldn't be able to say anything. I don't know. I know that in Kosovo, from the American KFOR English, KFOR British, KFOR the UNMIC police, I know that I've heard that SHIK is legal, that SHIK cooperates with all international structures present in Kosovo. I know this, I have this knowledge and information, but to answer your question, what were the specific duties of SHIK, I would just have to do guesswork, and I don't think my guesswork would be of any use to you.
I would say that depends. Let me ask a follow-up question. You said that earlier that G2 and also you in your position as head of G2 at the zone level, you were dealing with military intelligence, also dealing with military intelligence, for example, information about positions of the Serbian forces and their strength and weaponry and so on. Would you assume that this also fell into the responsibility of SHIK, or was that a matter that was still be dealt with by the military intelligence? G2.
What you mentioned was dealt by the G2 or the military department of the G2. However, for the civilian service, I really have no knowledge about that because I never was part of it. I thought I was part of SHIK, and as I explained, I've written there chief of SHIK, chief of G2, chief of ZKZ, chief of Department 1. So at the time, I thought I was chief of all these acronyms, thinking that they were one and the same thing. But I don't have any knowledge about the work of the National Intelligence Service apart from the work of the G2 office.
So you were not interested in knowing what SHIK was doing since you were also dealing with intelligence and counterintelligence?
Unë kam pas shumë interes, zotëri.
I was quite interested, Your Honor, but I knew that there were trusted people in those structures. There was no need for me to check on them. They had their duties. I did my best to do my duties and tasks honorably, although I was not a professional in this field. This would be all I can say at this moment.
Ask anybody about what SHIC was doing, what the responsibilities were of SHIC.
Po, nuk e kam pyetur në këtë mënyrë.
I didn't ask in the way you are alleging as to what do you do. I asked, how are you? How is it going? Do you need any help? But not as to what they were doing. That was not ethical, in my view.
Mr. Chodraku, those were my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chadraku. We will break for lunch now. You may leave the courtroom with the court usher. Please do not speak to anyone about your testimony outside of the courtroom, and we'll see you back here at 2:30. Mr. Court Officer, take us into private session, please.
You're on screen in public session.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer. We're adjourned till 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in, Madam Usher. Witness, we now have some questions from Judge Metro, who is seated next to me to my right, your left.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, witness.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
To start with a few questions about your time in Switzerland and follow up on some of the questions that were asked of you about this period of time. Now, just to be certain about the schedule, you said you arrived in Switzerland in 1987 and left, as I understand it, on the 11th of March of 1998. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You explained already that while you were in Switzerland, you were active in the LDK and in the LPK, and that you took part in a number of meetings and rallies organized by the LPK. Is that right?
That's right.
I want to ask you is whether these meetings that you had with fellow LPK members in Switzerland, were they conducted clandestinely, privately?
No, Your Honor. The meetings in Switzerland were done legally. We had no reason to hide in Switzerland.
Anything illegal, sir. I was asking this whether there would be private meetings other than the rallies that were public. Were they also discussions and meetings that you would be organizing in a private setting?
Your Honor, in Lausanne, where I was active, we were 32 members of the LPK. Never more than that number. I think we would meet every 2 weeks to discuss about the political situation in Kosovo, about our possibilities to help from Switzerland, and to communicate about the communication or the liberation. We had these meetings. At times we had cultural events, protests in front of embassies or the United Nations offices in Geneva. We were trying to conduct this propaganda and to inform people about this classic form of occupation that was taking place in Kosovo.
The reason, maybe I'll explain it to you, the reason I'm asking you this is whether you had any concerns already during your time in Switzerland as you were participating in LPK activities of Serbian infiltrations or attempts to infiltrate your organization. Was that concern already present while you were in Switzerland?
Unë mendoj se
I think that the LPK took precautions in this regard. We applied criteria to know better the person before that person would be accepted, to know his background, the family background. I am not aware of any specific case as you referred to. However, I think that someone above me at a higher level must have also considered such cases.
And other than verifying the family background of would-be members, are you aware of any other precaution that was taken within the LPK to try to prevent this sort of infiltration?
No, Your Honor. I do not know about other measures.
I'll come back to that in a moment, sir. But can you first tell us how the LPK was organized in Switzerland in the years preceding the conflict?
në dekadën e fundit të
In the last decade of the last century, I can speak more of that because I was there. As I said before, we were organized in each canton. We tried to bring in more people, supporters. We conducted consultations and looked for ways to solve the problem in Kosovo. We paid a membership fee, symbolic, small amount, and we would also cover the membership fees, part of it for our members inside Kosovo who could not afford to pay. This is how it started at the beginning. At some point later, the fund Homeland Calling was set up in order to support the armed groups in Kosovo because they needed this help. I personally did not go beyond Lausanne or the council I was in, but I think that my friends from the General Council or the chairmanship of the LPK had the task to pass on these decisions in the regional councils to the place where these decisions were to be implemented.
From the geographical point of view, and tell me whether that's correct, there was a division of the Swiss territory into geographical areas, districts, and within this district there was a council that operated for that region. Am I right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, talking about the period of time when you were in Switzerland, and I'll come to Lausanne in a moment, quite a few of the LPK members with whom you interacted went on to become KLA members and then joined the war in Kosovo. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you tell us who do you recall from your LPK years in Switzerland who did that, joined the war on the side of the Kiele.
Ползът judicați-mă cu
Yes, Your Honor, I remember from the Council of the District of Lausanne, Ismet Yashari Kumanova joined the war. He came from the Kumanova region. Haji Shala Topi from Banya in Malisheva, myself, and in the last 2 years, 97 and January, February 98, we had also Fatmir Lima, who had come close to Lausanne. So these are the 4 persons I am aware of who left Switzerland and went to Kosovo to fight.
To confirm otherwise whether Haji Shala was a relative of Fatmir Limai to start with.
I do not know the family about any family relation, but I know they come from the same village, Bany in Malisheva.
What about Javed Khaliti? Is it another Swiss-based LPK who joined the KLA during the war?
Yes, Your Honor. Javed Khaliti was in the council of the region of Zurich. He was part of the general council and the chairmanship. He was a member of the LPK and took part in the war.
Gemaili, whom you know, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, he did too.
Would it be fair to suggest that Emrush Gemaili is someone who made an important contribution first to the LPK and then to the KLA? Would you agree with that suggestion?
Yes, Your Honor, I agree. Emrush Gemaili and his entire family gave a great contribution to the organization, activities, and the struggle for the liberation of Kosovo.
And whether you know it, could you confirm that he worked for some time in Zeri Kosoves in Switzerland?
Your Honor, during my stay in Switzerland, I know that the seat of Zeri Kosovo was in Bin. I think it's in the Bern canton. I think he was one of the persons responsible for the newspaper with Dizdar Haidini and others, many other comrades. He was one of the persons responsible for the newspaper Zeri Kosovus, which was the news organizations of the LPK. Until 91, 92, because of financial instability, unsustainability, I, with my friends, I didn't do it personally, but we transferred the newspaper to Lausanne. And it was published there until, I think, to my recollection, it continued to be published there until 95, 96.
While you were in Switzerland, in Lausanne, just literally down the lake from you was Sadiq Ali Tiaha. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor. Sadiq Ali Tiaha was based, or he resided in Sion, in the canton of Bali.
In between Mr. Ali Tiaha and yourself in the canton of Vaud was Ramush Haradinai and Badril Marmouti, correct?
Zotri Bardul Mahmouti ka
Bardul Mahmouti was in the canton of Lausanne, in a village Vevey or Egel. I did not know Ramush Haradin. I didn't know where he lived or where he worked.
Adem Grabovci and Shukri Bouya, did you know them from your years in Switzerland?
Adem Grabovci.
Adem Grabovci, I knew him from the 90s when we were in the process of national blood feud reconciliation. And I knew Shukri Bouya during 98, during the war, while I was traveling from Kosovo to Albania.
Them were in Switzerland and activists in the LPK at the time?
Yes, Your Honor, I know. Adem Grabovci was in the canton of Sangal. I do not know about Shukri Bouya, but I know about his brother, Agush Bouya, whom I knew better.
And I think you mentioned it, but I'll ask you to confirm, also present at the time in Switzerland and active in the LPK were Ali Ahmeti and Fazli Veliu. Is that right? Suggesting that, and I quote, it's part 1, page 17, it's now exhibit P1854 for the record, as suggesting all LPK members knew that the KLA was being formed, talking about your years in Switzerland. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You and other LPK activists, including those in Switzerland, in effect endeavored to set up a military body to fight the war in Kosovo. Would you agree with that proposition?
Normalisht do të ishte ashtu.
Obviously, I would have been very happy to. I think we all tried to expand the ranks and organize the liberation war wherever we lived in Kosovo.
You are recorded, and that's preparation note 2, paragraph 7, as suggesting that the LPK set up or created the KLA. Is that right?
Your Honor, I might have been wrong. The LPK gave the name, which I think we discussed earlier with Your Honor. This was done the 17th of November 1994, but based on what I have read, the LPK contributed towards the unification of all those groups who had been active and fighting even before 1994. I think it did a good job, a positive thing in this regard. But with respect to forming or creating it, they were already formed and created before the KLA. I think the LPK played a very important role in the unification and organization of all these groups.
What's recorded, and you'll tell me whether you wish to amend in any way. That's preparation note 2, paragraph 7. You are recorded as saying, I might have said I was involved in setting up the KLA because I was an LPK member, and the LPK set up or created the KLA. Now, do you accept that proposition? Is that reflecting your evidence, or would you wish to qualify it?
No, Your Honor, I don't need to correct it. I think I accept it. This is how I said it. It created it, but it created it from the groups which pre-existed the creation of the KLA, and obviously with our participation.
And you also said, and I quote this time from paragraph 9, the idea of the KLA was born out of the LPK. Is that true and accurate to your knowledge?
Yes, we discussed this earlier as well. The idea of naming or unifying of all those groups under one emblem was, the idea was that of the LPK.
And then you are recorded as saying that you joined the KLA in 1994 from being an LPK member, and the expression is used automatically, so we've heard you became a KLA member. Would it be fair to suggest, and again, correct me if you feel you should, that in that capacity as an early member of the KLA in 1994, you were one of the individuals who contributed to the establishment of the KLA from the LPK? Would you accept that suggestion?
Yes, Your Honor. However, when we discussed this with the prosecutor as well, my opinion was that I felt morally a member of the KLA from the day it was named by the LPK, because I was only waiting to be called or when the need would arise, because from that date, from 1994, I was ready any day to go to Kosovo and fight if I was asked to do so or if I was instructed by my friends. And this was the case for every member of the LPK in Switzerland, Germany, United States, everywhere in the world.
November in a second, sir, but who would you say were the other individuals who helped create or set up the KLA from the LPK?
I regret, but apart from those names I mentioned as members of the special groups, I do not have more knowledge. I do not know the specifics. I was not inside those groups. I am just a part of the LPK.
Differently, sir. Can the registry please bring up document ERN 074625? And the Albanian has the same ERN number, if that helps. So I'll give you a bit of context, sir, and we'll look at it together. This is a document, if we go to the last page, please, in both language. Thank you. As you can see, this is a document that was prepared or created by Emrush Gemaili, the man you mentioned a moment ago, as an important member of the LPK and the KLA. And he prepared it in February of 2002, pursuant to a decision of the LPK General Council chairmanship. We can go back to the first page, please. And as you can see from that page, this is in effect a short history of what is called the People's Movement of Kosovo on the cover page from 1982 to 2002, 20 years of activity. Now, my first question for you is, are you familiar with this document? Have you already seen it before?
Yes, Your Honor, I've seen it. Although this newspaper was published in 2002, I was in prison at the time. After my release from prison in March 2003, I read it. I maybe do not remember the entire content, but I read it.
Page 6, please, of both the English and the Albanian. And sir, if I can ask you to please focus on the bullet point with the dates 1993 to 1995. Do you see that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I'll ask you a couple of questions about it. It starts in these words. Parts of the LPK councils in Skenderaj, Glogoc, Drenac, Klina, Ferizaj, Prishtina, Podujeva, Tudebesiana, Suareka, Tenenda, Prizren, Rahovec, Mališeva, Dečan, Đakova, Peja, Gilan, Čerkova, Tetovo, Skopje, Kumanova were transformed, some earlier than others, into the first armed units. My first question is it right that before the conflict, in particular in the early 1990s, the LPK was also organized both in Kosovo and in Macedonia into the same sort of local council that you described in Switzerland?
Yes, I think that's right.
As this document describes, some of these councils were turned into armed unit when, in effect, the LPK morphed into the KLA. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor, I agree. Every member of the LPK considered themselves as a soldier of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Then the document goes on to say this: the most well-known activists who shifted from political to military work included Durmish Gashi, Halil Chadraku, Selim Gashi, Jelaidin Gashi, Sokol Bashota, Fatmir Limaj, Rajib Shala, Recep Selimi, Muj Krasniqi, Isa Krasniqi, Aslan Pentina, Shkender Eshepi, Fadil Nimani, Recep Bislimi, Kuerim Kelmendi, Adrian Krasniqi, Gursel Suleimani, Becil Limani, Jemail Yashari, Ismet Suleimani, Shakir Shachiri, and Yunus Musliu, etc. Now, would you agree with the suggestion that is being made here, to the extent you know these people, of course, that these are well-known activists who shifted from political to military work during that period?
I agree that we were in the service of.
So you have no issue here with any of the names?
I don't, sir. 99%, 100% of these names, I know them. Or, I apologize, I knew, because the majority of them passed away or were killed.
Ask you, if you may, to read the next bullet point in this document. May you take a moment to read it? So I'll read it for the non-Albanian speakers. It says, 17 November 1994, Aarau, Switzerland. The first military communique was issued. The LPK chairmanship, at the insistence of the armed groups within the country, decided to start issuing communiques by taking responsibility for them. After a promised discussion, considering also the proposals of the military groups in the field, the chairmanship decided that the new military organization would be called, quote-unquote, Kosovo Liberation Army, end of quote. It was decided that the communique would bear number 11. Participants in this meeting including Fazli Veliu, Emrush Jimaili, Ali Ahmeti, Javid Khaliti, and Ghafour El-Shani. Now, I think you have already, but can you confirm that the first KLA military communique was issued on that date, the 17th of November of 1994?
Yes, I think so.
And would you agree that this was an important occasion for the KLA? Would you agree with that?
Your Honor, this, in my opinion, was a very important occasion, specifically for the KLA and in general for all of Kosovo and the Albanian people.
The KLA was coming out under its own name and in its own voice. Do you agree?
Yes, because a formation named not an illegal person, not an ex-person, but an organized unity came out that would communicate with the enemy by using weapons. And this was for the first time that this happened.
We see who Mr. Gemaili suggests was at that meeting on the 17th of November of 1994. Javid Khaliti has suggested that the authors of this first communique were himself, Javad Khaliti, Azem Sula, Emrush Gemaili, and Ali Ahmeti. Do you have any reason to doubt the suggestion?
No, I don't, Your Honor, because all of them were either members of the chairmanship or of the group for special action. So all these names stand to what is written there.
I forgot to ask you this a moment ago, but when you left Switzerland on the 11th of March of 1998, I understood you took a plane to, was it Tirana? Is that right?
No, Your Honor. I went from Zurich to Pristina.
Who did you leave Switzerland with, if anyone? Was any other LPK member from Switzerland with you on that occasion?
I traveled by plane on my own, and the comrades that I mentioned earlier, they first went to Albania and were to enter Kosovo on foot. I myself went by plane to Pristina.
They arrived shortly after you, or had they already arrived in Kosovo when you made it there?
Sir, I don't think that they arrived before me. I arrived in 1.5 hours, and their trip lasted for at least 3 or 4 days. Their equipment with weapons and preparations to enter Kosovo.
Thank you. Now there's something else, something different, sir, that I want to clarify with you. It's something you asked about and which you answered to during your SPO interview. That's at part 1, page 9 in particular, of P1854, manage. And you were asked at the time whether you had any criminal conviction. And there's an exchange that follows on this issue where your lawyer intervenes and says that there was an investigation, an indictment, but that you were acquitted and released by an UNMIC court. Do you recall that exchange?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd like to clarify this with you. What was this case that was being mentioned when there was an investigation, an indictment, and you say a release from UNMIC court? What case was that?
Yes, Your Honor. In 2001, on 8th of May, I was arrested under the charge of killing Commander Drini. I spent 2 years in prison. After 126 trial sessions, 3 panels, because none of the panels could reach a decision. On the 23rd of March 2003, I was acquitted, and later on, the members of the group with whom I was arrested were also released. And after that, I was convicted for illegal possession of weapons, for weapons that were kept in my house. I was sentenced to 2.5 years for illegal possession of weapons, and not on the charges that I was initially arrested. For those charges, I was acquitted.
Full for this clarification, sir, because I'm looking at the judgment, and you were indeed, from these records, acquitted of an allegation of complicity in a plot to kill Drini, but convicted of, as you said, weapons possession. So you have, in fact, a criminal conviction. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor, that's right.
Fellow defendant and fellow KLA member Sali Veseli was convicted, if I understand, for a plot to murder Drini. Is that right?
At the moment I was acquitted, he was sentenced to 15 years, but I know that 1 year afterwards he was acquitted and released as innocent.
And he was retried and convicted once again. Is that right?
I don't remember, Your Honor. I might make a mistake. What I remember is that he was acquitted once and released. I don't remember the rest.
Into private session, please, for the protection of the witness.
Your Honor, we're in public session. Thank you.
We'll take a 10-minute break, witness.
All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in.
I did ask this for 5 minutes before the witness came in, just so as
Hold
not to interrupt. And I just wanted to raise a concern, and the other defence teams can add as well. Just in relation to this particular document, I think Your Honours will know from my cross-examination that there's no case being put that this is one big forgery. And the same for P500, which I'll come on to later in relation to Judge Barter's question. So in that regard, what we're concerned about is the bench seeking to impugn a witness on a matter that's not relevant to the defence case. That hasn't been put forward. Likewise, the prosecution is relying on his credibility as well. They're relying on this witness as a witness of truth. So neither party in the courtroom has challenged the credibility of the witness, and for the bench to be doing that for the first time is a matter that we would object to. That's not the role of the
I believe I
recall
the witness saying the exact opposite, though, that he did not think it was obvious. He thought it was phony. He didn't like it.
Yes, but that's not the case we're putting forward, and I didn't cross-examine on that basis, and nor is the prosecution. And what we're saying is it's then improper for the bench to be asking those questions.
No, it's not. And thank you for the submission, but he will go forward with that.
If Mr. Patch would just add, there's one other small matter I wish to add on to that afterwards.
Mr. Patch.
Thank you. Yes, just to say that I think counsel should limit himself to making submissions as to what he and his client think are credible and not put the prosecution's case for it. We conducted our examination, and as always, we reserve the right to make submissions as to what parts of a witness's evidence to rely on and which to disregard at the end of the case, having heard everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honour. So one final matter is just in relation to this, and once again, nothing might turn on it now, but it's a matter of principle for future issues. The witness was asked about a graphology expert examining a document, and essentially...
He wasn't asked, sir. He volunteered the point.
Yes, but my concern, and I do just wish to raise this for the record, is that we now have expert evidence introduced through this witness as a result of questions from the bench.
Mr. Dixon, there was no expertise. He was simply asked whether he knew that one had been called because he raised the point, which he said he recalled being asked for, to which I then asked him if he remembered what the conclusion of the graphologist was, which is in the document of which you have had notice, which was determined in that case, for what it's worth, that the handwriting of the statement in question was determined to be that of Kimete Krasniqi. He wasn't asked for his own expertise.
That's my objection, that through his evidence, the evidence of an expert has come onto the record when we haven't had the opportunity to look at that, cross-examine on that. Not that it's necessarily an issue with this particular document, but it may arise in the future with other documents, and it's a matter of principle. That's why I'm placing it on the record as an objection.
We'll address those things when they come up.
Thank you, Your Honours.
Please bring the witness in. Witness, Judge Metro has some more questions for you.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Can the registry please bring up SPOE 000-35842? And hopefully, if you could go to page SPOE 000-35880, please. And would you be able to split the screen in half and have the next page, which is SPOE 000-35881, on the other half, please? So that, sir, is the statement of Kimete Krasniqi, which was found, the record suggests, at your place. I'll give you a moment to read it, and I'll read the English for the non-Albanian speakers. It says, I became a member in the lines of the KLA on 10 April 1998 at the operational zone Drenica with the superior officer Femila Drovci. As a condition to become a soldier was an execution of an action of an Albanian-speaking person who worked for security for the Serbian country. I accepted this condition with a desire, as I was in a state to find anything, just to be a soldier. People who knew about this action were Musje Shari, Femila Drovci, Jair Demaku, etc. On 15 April 1998, I took the weapon, and on 19 April 1998, at 5:35 p.m., the action was finished. In the action also took place Skender Halili, who was as responsible, and Fadil Demaku. But even though the action was well prepared and came at the time set, the person named James Stutica, after so much fired rounds of automatic weapons and the receiving of 7 wounds, he still rescues. Around the month of May, I heard from some friends that he was in Macedonia and the KLA had kidnapped him. But now I again got notified that he is free in the town of Glogovac and that we are endangered by him for the reason that he knows that I prepared the action against him. For this reason, I can't operate in the operational zone Drenica. Can we go back to private session for a moment, please?
Your Honors, we end public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Now there's one last document I want to show you and ask you to comment upon if you are able to. That's SITF 0024538 to SITF 0024538 Thank you. And if I may have, perhaps for the assistance of the witness, that will be easier. There's an Albanian version which is at SITF 002451112, please. If we could split the screen, that would probably be the best. So while it comes up, sir, I'll tell you what that is. That's something you've already discussed yesterday. I think it's an excerpt from a book written by Bedri Islami, and it is about Ali Ahmeti, principally, and it's called The Truth, Ali Ahmeti. Do you recall, or can you confirm that you are acquainted with this book?
Jo do të nuk e kam lexuar deri tani.
No, Your Honor, I haven't read it so far.
If we can scroll down a little bit, the Albanian version, please. And, sir, if you could start reading from the words frika per. Do you see that? So please read at your leisure and tell me when you've reached the end of the page. In the English version, it starts with the words, "The first suspicion thus came," well, I should maybe give you a bit of context there. The author is basically dealing with the fears and concerns within the KLA about infiltration and about the LPK in this context. And the first paragraph that I would ask you to read starts with the words, "The first suspicion thus came from somewhere unexpected, from the prison cells. In the joint meeting held between the representative of the LPK inside Kosovo and the presidency of the," and if we can turn in the English, "Council of the Expatriate Branch from 23rd December to 25th December 1993, it was stated expressively that Javid Haziri, who was in prison, had sent word via members of his family that, open quote, the house which we have started to build, we should leave alone completely. Its bricks are poor and it will collapse for once, so let the colleagues return and study where they were before." This was our first warning, and from what Javid Haziri told me later, in the short period between his release from prison and his disappearance, after being kidnapped by the Serbs in the spring 1999, the facts and the questions put to him by the Serbian investigators and Albanian collaborators showed that they had begun to pick up the tracks of the first armed organizations. Now, first question here, briefly, sir, is, do you know who Javid Haziri is?
Unë vetëm kam lexuar për të.
I have only read about him. I did not know him.
That he was, for a time, including in 1993, detained by the Yugoslav authorities.
Po, mendoj që kam lexuar.
Yes, I think I've read about this.
Book goes on to say in the meeting which followed, the following took part. According to the minutes, Besim, that's Hazem Sula, Daya, that's Fazli Veliu, Bashkim, that's Adnan Aslani, Chamil, that's Halil Selimi, Selim, that's Hashim Thaçi, Abbas, that's Ali Ahmeti, Mohammed, that's Emrush Jimaili, and Zeka, Javid Haliti. Now, my first question on this is, were you made aware of the occurrence of that meeting from 23rd December to 25th December 1993?
No, Your Honor. We ordinary members had no knowledge about these meetings of prominent people, our leaders.
Ordinary members in a second. I'll skip the next paragraph. You can read it. In the English, it starts with, I have not listed. And I'll go to the next, which starts with, in fact, in this period, after the arrests made in Kosovo on 2 August 1993, when the following newly elected members of the LPK General Council were arrested: Bayrush Jemaili, Javid Haziri, Ahmed Hakciu, Nehat Selimi in Pristina, Isen Gegay, Ilas Kadoli in Suareka, Teranda, Behaidin Alachi in Prizren, Ramadan Plana in Vushti. Demands were made for the arrest of Ramadan Avdiu, Kadri Veseli, Ramis Ladrovci, and Ibish Neziri, while the following went underground: Hashim Thaçi, Adnan Aslani, Khalil Selimi, and Azem Sula, the people who used to meet in the joint meeting. They were the main leaders of the organizations and were responsible for setting up the armed organizations. Now, my first question for you is, do you recall these arrests taking place in 1993 of prominent LPK/KLA leaders?
Yes, Your Honor. I remember I was in Switzerland, but I remember the arrests. Approximately 100 or 104 persons were arrested.
As well, that a number of others were indicted or sought for by the Serbian system, including Kadri Veseli and Hashim Thaçi. Do you recall that?
Charges were continuously brought by Serbian courts. I do not recall now specifically, but we were persecuted, arrested, imprisoned, but I do not recall something specific.
Of these individuals, the people who were active trying to set up the KLA went underground to try to protect themselves from the reach of the Yugoslav authorities?
Normalisht të gjithë antarët.
Normally, all the members of the movement of LPK or other movements as LKCK, they all worked underground clandestinely so that they would not be noticed and avoid arrests.
Now the next paragraph, sir, if you may, in the English, it says, "It is interesting that some of the fundamental organizations within the People's Movement of Kosovo, the People's Councils, plural, as they were called then, had an increase in their activities for two basic reasons. An analysis of the causes which had led to the arrest was required, and more importantly, a new modus operandi was required."
Your Honor, I apologize. After the word People's Movement of Kosovo, the People's Councils, as they were called at the time, there was a freeze, and freeze means withdrawal from work, not increase of work. Well, the word in Albanian is freeze.
That was my question to you, sir. I want you to explain it in your own words, if you may. Is how did these arrests and attempts by the Serbian system to either detain or otherwise deal with LPK member affect the People's Council? And maybe you can speak about yours in Switzerland, but more generally, if you may.
I remember this time, this period, Your Honor, when many of our people, prominent people who had done good work for the good of Kosovo, were arrested. And this was a real blow. As I mentioned earlier, more than 100 persons were arrested. And this was a concern for every member of the chairmanship and of the General Council. How did this happen? There was something going wrong. There was a mistake made somewhere, because it was impossible for this number of people to be arrested in such a short time. That's why the People's Councils asked for a freeze, for a suspension, to pose the question, why are all these arrests taking place, and why is this uncovering of our ranks happening?
And what, if anything, was the result of your analysis within the People's Council, if that was done?
The people councils were not able to do such an analysis. Such an analysis could be done only by those who were directly involved in the movements and the coordination within Kosovo. I, Your Honor, was not at that level, at that close circle of the time.
Those were my questions.
Judge Gaynor.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good afternoon, witness. I just have a few more questions, mainly to ask you to clarify some ambiguities in your evidence. First of all, I think you've confirmed that Nechmi Krasniqi was the military police commander at the zone level in the Pastrik operative zone. Did you consider him to be a member of the zone command?
Nejmi Krasniqi.
Nejmi Krasniqi, the commander of military police, was considered part of the zone, yes. That I wouldn't know, but I believe yes.
Now, earlier you said that if you wanted the military police to do something, my understanding was that the procedure was that you had to make a request to the zone commander, and then he would issue an order. to the military police commander, which is Mr. Najmi Krasniqi. You remember saying that?
Yes, Your Honor.
How did you know that this was the structure you had to follow? Did you have a written document setting out that procedure?
Your Honor, as a zone, we did not have rules, if you're referring to rules or regulation, but in March in 1999, myself, Sadiq Halit Yaha, with the approval of the commander, Tahir Sinani, compiled provisional rules on how to coordinate. We did have such rules. I had one in my documents, which was about 12 A4 pages. We did not have general rules or regulation. This is something that we did ourselves. It was stamped by the commander, Tahir Sinani, and the Pashrik Operational Zone stamp, and it was also stamped by Bislim Zirapi with the General Staff stamp.
Is it your understanding that the zone commander, when issuing orders to the military police commander, Najmi Krasniqi, could then ensure that military police units at the brigade level and at the battalion level would follow that order?
Yes, Your Honor. Depending on the intervention, sometimes there were cases when he would issue an order to the military police to carry out a task, but then send a company, military company, as a reinforcement for that military police unit. But Tahir Sinani was the one who could issue orders to all of us who were there.
Now, you said, this is page 22714. You said, quote, "Everything serious or not, it was our duty to report during our meetings with the commander, the deputy commander, and the other sectors, the other 6 Gs. We had daily meetings with the commander and weekly meetings with the sector," unquote. You remember saying that?
Yes, Your Honor.
The military police commander present at those daily meetings with the commander and deputy commander?
Not at every meeting. He was present in most of the meetings. That is, he had the obligation to be present.
The period that you served as the ZKZ commander in the Pashrik operational zone, did these daily meetings take place virtually every day?
Every day, whenever that was possible and when we were able to meet and discuss, because there were days when there was fighting and offensives and there was no time for meetings.
Were minutes taken of those meetings?
I think so. I think minutes were taken by Tahir Sinani himself or Commander Drini, and we, who were his advisors or helpers, would provide him with information on paper for him to analyze and assess situations later on. That's why I mentioned it on several occasions that I had everything written in this report, every proposal, every opinion, every view of mine, so that he could discuss it during those meetings and decide on them later.
Of the daily meeting minutes, were the daily meeting minutes transmitted to the General Staff?
It was in the hands of the commander, this decision whether they would be transmitted to the General Staff or not. If he thought it was important to forward them to the General Staff, he would. If he didn't, he wouldn't.
Questions from Judge Barta. I think you said that you realized at one point that the reports that you had been providing to the zone commander, and where you had expressly said that they were to be copied to the General Staff, you realized at one stage that they weren't, some of them weren't in fact being transmitted to the General Staff. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Realization.
With the failure of the General Staff to intervene, with the failure to execute the changes that I requested in those reports, with the failure to materialize those requests, I realized that nobody was dealing with these problems.
What proportion of the reports that you prepared were in fact sent to the General Staff, and what proportion were not sent to the General Staff?
I wouldn't know that. I was not in position to ask any of the commanders which were sent and which were not sent. It was in the commander's hands to decide.
I'll ask you briefly about the weekly meetings with the sector. And you've told us a couple of times that you, the sectors, had weekly meetings. Could you explain for me, please, who would be present at the weekly meetings of the sectors?
If they were all healthy and sound, all of them would participate, starting from G1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to the last one. If you want me, I can mention the names as well. Nejmi Krasniqi was there, then the Chief of Staff, Nejmedin Kastrati, that is the commander, the deputy commander. So this was the composition that would meet weekly, and everyone would present their requests, what they needed, what they had done, what still needed to be done in relation to a specific thing.
Still don't quite understand the distinction between the daily meetings with the commander and the weekly meetings with the sector, because at the daily meetings, all of the sectors were represented, weren't they?
No, Your Honor. The daily meetings could be held in the open. It could happen on the road. You could greet the commander and ask him of something. However, the weekly meetings included the work done during that week, the requests for whatever the sectors needed and so forth. So the weekly ones were mandatory. They were briefings. The daily ones, you could meet, you could not meet, you could talk, you could not talk. These were smaller ones.
Were minutes taken of both the daily meetings and the weekly meetings?
Not during the daily ones, but yes, during the weekly ones.
Meetings transmitted, to the best of your knowledge, to the general staff?
I can speak for myself. Those that I always took them with the intention for them to be forwarded to the general staff. Now, whether they were in fact forwarded or not, that was within the competence of the commander, and I had no authority to ask him.
I'll have to move on to another subject. I think I'll start the next subject. It concerns roadblocks, and you've given evidence that names would be written down and would be given to person who were manning checkpoints. And these were names of persons who were suspected collaborators. Do you remember giving that evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. Not suspected collaborators, but workers, employees of the Serb security and apparatus that occupied us. As for collaborators, there could have been some, but you may or may not call somebody a collaborator. However, for the workers, employees of that apparatus, we did send the names at the checkpoint and made sure that the list, that writing was at all times at the checkpoints, because the guards there would change every 2 hours.
I think we're out of time for today. I'll continue in the morning. Thank you very much. All right, I'll continue. The steps that you would take after a person who was on the list, what were the instructions to the persons manning checkpoints? What were they to do with a person who was on a list?
Your Honor, I stated here today with the other colleagues, they were supposed not to allow those persons to enter the territories where we were stationed and were operating. These names were just to protect ourselves and the population in the area where we were, and not for actions outside our checkpoints. These persons were not allowed to enter the areas where we operated.
Concern with your answer is that from the perspective of the security of KLA operations throughout Kosovo, were you not exposing the KLA to a significant risk by allowing known collaborators, known agents, to continue to circulate within Kosovo? So my question is, why didn't you issue instructions to arrest those named persons at the checkpoints?
Sir, at checkpoints? Are you saying at checkpoints?
The thing is, your troops at the checkpoints had names of suspected collaborators. If they were to stop them, they were simply to say, don't enter the Pastric operational zone. Is that all they were instructed to do?
Udhëzimi ishte I tillë.
That was the instruction, not to allow them not in the Patrick operational zone, because President Dragash were in Patrick operational zone. I was protecting only the villages where we were stationed, and that was a large area, so I wanted to make sure that we would be able to act and counteract against the enemy.
Yes, very briefly. You said that there were 5,500 FARC in Tirana, in Albania. Do you remember stating that?
Po, zotëri.
Yes.
Also said that you criticized the part of those who remained abroad in Switzerland and Germany, having fun and a good time while people were being slaughtered in Kosovo. That's a direct quote of what you said.
Po, zotëri, po shumë.
Yes, sir. But the majority of them were in Tirana.
500 FARC in Tirana.
Po, zotëri. Vitin 2000.
Yes, sir. In 2015, Rustem Berisha brought the list with the 5,500 names of members of the FARC, asking for them to be awarded the status of war veterans.
That there were actually 5,500 members of FARC sitting around in Tirana while the KLA was conducting operations in Albania, in Kosovo.
Unë nuk mund t'i them.
I cannot tell them, don't lie. It's them who said, this is how many we were, the FARCists. Those who entered the territory were part of the KLA. They never had any other insignia on their shoulder. Those who were abroad, it's different. Those who entered the territory were on one occasion 150, on another occasion another 20 or 30, so in total around 200. But those 5,300 who asked to be recognized the status of the veteran were outside. And I'm not making this up, I'm speaking based on documents from the Ministry of Defense at the time.
My questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you going to have any additional questions, Mr. Prosecutor, based upon the judge's questions?
I would imagine I wouldn't have to start now, Your Honor. If I had some, I think it would be very minimal. I'd appreciate until the morning to confirm that, but it would be less than 10 minutes, I would assume.
And I assume questions over here too?
Yes, just a few, but I would need some time to consider, particularly in light of some of the new documents being used as well.
Witness, this conclude. Oh, yes.
Honorable Court, I was expecting to finish today. I have a clarification. I raised my hand. I wish to address the judge on your right-hand side. I wouldn't risk mispronouncing his name. With respect to the unlawful possession of weapon based on Article 96 of the Criminal Code of Kosovo, my client is considered as not having a prior conviction because we have a legal institution called rehabilitation. He indicated this information to the prosecutor, and his sentence covered time spent in detention precisely. Then there was also an amnesty law after all this, and so this is a part of the legal rehabilitation. Those weapons were also ward for office, etc. I also have a request, which I will submit tomorrow, since we're meeting again tomorrow.
Be finished today also, but that just didn't happen. You will have to come back tomorrow. We will get you home tomorrow at some time. Thank you for being with us. Do not speak with anyone about your testimony until you've finished testifying. You may leave the courtroom now with the court usher. Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Thaçi. Yes, Mr. Ellis.
Your Honour, if it's convenient, there were two short matters that I wanted to raise at this point. The first is in relation to the next witness, 4820. With Your Honour's leave, I would cross-examine first on behalf of the defence, and my time estimate is reduced to 20 to 25 minutes. The second is in relation to... I'm grateful. And the second is in relation to the further cross-examination of this witness. There's a document that I'm considering using which was on the 15 items that were notified by Your Honours. Would you require a presentation queue to be released from us if we were to use one of those documents?
They are not actually on a presentation queue at the present time, so you should probably add them to a presentation queue.
I'm grateful, thank you.
We're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.